Call the meeting to order. You standing to be ready? Yeah. Well, good for you. Stand and recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Don't have a whole lot, Sharon. Do need to provide you with information on our quarterly commission account. April to June, the beginning balance was $27,672.34. We had credits of $5,507.92, debits of $6,542.71, with an ending balance of $26,637.55. Captain Dale plans on going to Sioux Falls on Thursday. We got to pick up 20 more new beds or mattresses, so he's going to make a power trip down and back for that. So that'll be taken out of some of that balance as well.
What does the prison charge for those now?
You know, I'm not sure. Dale would know off the top of his head, I'm sure. So, as far as the jail end of month billing, Butte County being our biggest customer, they had 527 days. Miscellaneous from Dewey County, Department of Corrections, Fall River, and Perkins. Total of $61,128 came in through the jail on that, with Compass Point also providing $3,277. So, civil, been busy again as usual, like I talked about in the past. We had 195 civil papers this month. 108 were served. 55 were returned unserved. Attempts are $285, with a income for the civil department of $9,868.93. Any questions on that?
About how much money are we getting each time, so that our future legislator can know how much to increase those fees for?
Well, I think it's $50 plus mileage on an attempt, okay. So wouldn't hurt for that to go up.
And the mileage is quite a bit lower than the state rate too.
Correct.
That would actually be a very easy one, I would think.
Right. And one thing we're starting to do now, is it Miserly and somebody is just running us over with civil papers. We will attempt to serve the papers, send them back. Within 2 months, they come back to us again. So if we touch them, we're charging them.
Oh,
send it back to them. So told them unserved. So hopefully they're going to start figuring that out. But that's a never-ending cycle that we have to deal with that. So.
What are they, a credit collector or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I forget. It's an odd name. Just a couple things I want to bring you up to speed on. A couple grants that we were awarded. First of all, the Highway Safety Grant for impaired driving from October 26 to 27 is $17,000 in overtime, which is seatbelt and speed enforcement. Also, we're going to get a new LiDAR with that, which is a what do you call it? Radar, new type of radar. So, a couple other things. Yes, actually we do.
So, how far away does that thing read?
You're asking the wrong guy. I don't do patrol anymore.
I just want to know how much time I have to hit the brake.
Yeah, if you see them, they got you, Doreen. Okay. So, another Homeland Security grant that came in late from 25 was $13,000. And that was to purchase some binoculars for our deputies so they can see off the roads, see some long-range stuff, and deal with that. And the other thing I'm excited about for wintertime and or finding people in locations where we can't get our vehicle in, we got a Homeland Security grant for $36,290. and that was a partnership with emergency management with Sean. Sean and JJ both did a lot of work on that, but Sean really pushed that through for us, and that's to get a UTV off-road so that we can actually, and also hopefully get tracks for that. So if we get in a position where someday we get a lot of snow again, we can actually get somewhere and get people picked up and back to safety.
Do you know where our vehicle is that's got tracks?
Yeah, that was sold a couple of years ago.
Oh,
we got rid of
okay.
it because you couldn't drive 30 miles on a full tank, and you had to drive it in low speed.
Oh, God.
So it would have been good around town, but outside of town, it was not practical. So
Okay.
ultimately, I've been arm wrestling to try to
Yeah.
get some money for that, and finally it came through. So
Good.
it worked out. So, but again, Sean did a really good job. He got Blackhawk Fire Department $72,450 in equipment. Also, a few other miscellaneous things as well. So
Really?
I just want to give him some kudos. So.
And we're following up on that 911 possible grant. We're going to look and see. Okay.
Yeah, there's money available, but I think a lot of that has to do with consolidation.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've got a long ways to go on that. So.
Do we? Oh.
Any questions for Sheriff West? Thank you for coming in today. Treasurer's reports and updates.
Good morning, Robin Shrike, Meade County Treasurer. In front of you, you'll see the June of 2026 KPI of what we did in-house. Is there any questions on that? While you're reviewing, then I will give you an update. Pennington County Treasurer's Office had reached out to us a few weeks ago and asked if they could come down and work out of our office. As everybody knows on the news that they had a cyber incident down there, so we were able to accommodate. They sent somebody down to our office and utilized our firewall, in essence, to help them process some of their mail. So I did get a nice thank you from Annette from Pennington County saying thank you for reaching out and letting us come down and utilize your office.
Thank you. Are they operational yet?
According to Annette, yes, but I haven't heard anything. You know, that was what she told me last Friday.
Okay.
So I haven't heard anything this week at all, but
Yeah, because I've been we've all been kind of watching.
so we were able to help them out, which I was
That's
happy
great.
that we were able to do that.
You in the sheriff's office?
Yes, I heard that they did too. Hmm.
Is there any questions for the Treasurer's Office?
And Tony.
Yes, Tony
Hey,
did
Tony.
a lot of pushing to get everything IT-wise of having to put the pods up,
Yeah, of having
getting the
to get
scanners, getting
operational.
everything 605 drive related to Pennington County's format, or, you know, that they were getting credit for it. So yes, I have to commend the IT department here also. Thank you for bringing that up.
Any other questions for the Treasurer's Office? Thank you for coming in today. Registered deeds. Office. I'll just make a note, if you'd help me. We decided that these reports are going to be a little bit awkward in the month of August, because we typically do the appointed positions are the first Tuesday of the first meeting, and then the electeds are the second meeting of the month, and we only originally had one meeting scheduled, and this is technically the last meeting of July. So we just sent a letter out to an email out to all department heads saying if you want to give a report in August, since it's a little mixed up, we'll get back to the regular schedule in September. It's a little bit different this month, but we'll have reports. Highway Department.
Good morning, Commission. Troy Eastman, Highway Superintendent. This is the first agenda item is to set the public hearing for our 5-year plan. Pretty much standard routine every year. We need to do this.
We'll need some action on that. Do I hear a motion to set the public hearing for September 22nd, 2026 at 10 a.m.?
I'll make a motion to set the public hearing for 5-year plan on the 22nd.
Second.
A second on the floor to set the 5-year plan for September 22nd at 10 a.m. Any discussion to that motion?
Seems like it was just 6 months.
Hearing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Can I ask, is Talbot going to make it?
Talbot's going to be a little late today, but yes, he thought probably by 9:30 or 10.
Okay.
So I've tried to shove some of those items that he would have particular interest in it down toward the bottom of the agenda. Go ahead, C2.
All right, the asphalt surface treatment project that we've been working on, that includes Elkvale, New Underwood Road, Van Acker Canyon, Peaceful Pines, all those. We've made quite a bit of progress here in the last few weeks. Elkvale is now complete, that section that we did with the shooting range. And I did break out the costs associated with that. And it's around, I should double check that really quick, the number, but I will get that for you here, just so I'm accurate. But New Underwood Road is the other one that all the work has been completed. There is some, spots that have peeled off due to, I believe it's the really hot weather out there. I mean, everywhere. But, I don't know. It started coming up through the top lift after everything was completed, and a few spots have peeled off due to the sticking to the wheels. We have been out there, trying to address the issue to prevent any further delamination, I guess, and by putting more sand and aggregate on top of it, and that seems to be helping, but I don't know if it's going to continue to do this for a while with this hot weather, or when exactly that might, stop, or if it's a problem with the oil. Not exactly sure, but I did let Bros know, and also bituminous, and I haven't really heard anything yet, but I know this is not completely uncommon, but at the same time, it's kind of unusual when it's in one lane or one tire track versus anywhere else on the road. So I'm not exactly sure what the cause is yet. I mean, there's heavy traffic going both ways, and the one lane is perfectly fine, and then this other one looks different. So I don't know. Maybe there was something with the oil. We're still trying to figure it out. But for the most part, it looks really good. But unfortunately, yeah, we have a few spots that are going to need some touching up or addressing. I just hope it doesn't continue to do this, because Elkvale hasn't had this problem at all. So I don't really know without having an explanation from the contractor. But other than that, Van Acker Canyon, that chip seal has been completed. Striping and everything is done. Yeah, that one looks good. Peaceful Pines, that section with Deadwood Avenue and Peaceful Pines out to the interstate. That I told them to wait on that one. They were going to come back and do it this week, but with Haynes under construction and all that, I was just like, too much traffic already, and we don't want any more detours than we have already. So they're going to do that one after the rally and things calm down a bit, and hopefully Haynes will be, back open to traffic by then if all goes well, to alleviate some of the congestion there. And, oh yes, the cost for the game fishing parks. And there is a little bit of a change from this original, the breakout for their section, because it's all included in this one big contract that we have. So there's a couple minor little changes that we did as far as the quantities go for them, but it looks like it's around $440,000 their portion for that 3 miles.
Okay.
Bernie, I saw you look up when that came up. We did the Game Fish and Parks is paying for the road work out to the range, so that's what that was for.
It was part of the original contract.
And they have been really good to work with. We were supposed to probably be done 2 years ago with this. They've worked with us, and we had some delays, and working with there has been great.
And it's an ongoing agreement in the future as well.
Right.
Hey, is there any other questions on that? Not, let's move down to North Thames.
And you're satisfied with everything? Oh, well. I'm going to be quiet. We're going to Haynes now.
Yes, Haynes Avenue, we did retesting on some of the asphalt stuff that we had questions with, and there was a couple discrepancies. The results came back from the lab much better than what we originally thought, but part of the specs say that, testing has to be completed within 24 hours, and 3 weeks later doesn't necessarily meet that or give you the results that you want. Of course, they're going to look better after everything's cooled off and traffic has been on it, this and that, and there's still a couple things that weren't quite to spec, so there will be some pay deductions and stuff that we need to work out with the contractor. The thickness, the mat was just a little less than what we wanted, as it's supposed to be 2-inch lift, and they're 1 7/8 on that first lift, or 1 3/4 in a couple spots. Some was a little thicker, but minimum of 2 is, what the spec is, and it's very important that you get that to meet that strength on your bottom lift. So we're working through those right now with the contractor, trying to remedy the situation, and we don't want to have to rip out brand new road, but at the same time, we don't want failure in the near future. So we're going to ask for, extended warranty, this and that, and if we can all come to terms, we'd like to just move forward as long as we know that product is good. And the test results show that it is better, but still, it's a little thin and not exactly what we were going for. So yeah, like I said, we got to work out the details, but we want to keep the project moving as well.
I saw that they did some work up at the intersection of Haynes. And then my understanding is they're going to start milling, and then full overlay kind of the rest of the month here. Ideally, I would guess they're going to be open by the end of the month, would be my guess.
Yes, they're hopeful. I mean, they're aggressive with their schedule, but if all goes well and weather's not an issue, they should definitely be done by the end of the month. The striping, that might be a little bit of a delay, but we'll put temporary striping down. Just you have to have something on the road before you can open it up to traffic. So there may be tabs or even temporary paint in areas until they can get the final stripes on the road. But the paving and everything is should be taken care of here within the next couple of weeks, definitely by the end of the month, if we don't have any unexpected delays or rework, stuff like that. So
I've never been really satisfied with warranties. There always seems to be an exception to why it's not covered.
Yep, I agree.
Maybe it's just me. However, since that road has posed so many problems, back from whenever it was constructed the first time before any of us were around, if it says a 2-inch minimum, that's apparently what the engineer said we needed.
Mm-hmm. That's industry standard. I mean, it's even tough to test it correctly when it's not to thickness, and that might have been where some of those results came from. But at the same time, I have to trust the experts as well to, and I don't think it's impossible to have a less than 2-inch lift and make it a good road, but at the same time, it's just like more is better, in my opinion. So yeah, it's one of those things. Do we rip it all out, or do we chop it up, keep the good pieces and leave the bad ones, and then have a patched road from the beginning?
And then a patch is almost worse than no
Exactly.
warranty, isn't it?
If we would have left it, it would probably be better than chopping it up, but Earl, he's been around it, and Rich, I mean, we've talked about it. It's one of those.
Damned if you do.
Yeah, it's a tough decision.
Yeah, it's the patching, in my opinion, is the very last way I would ever do anything, especially for the base. At this point in time, I would, it's either the pay deduct and the extended warranty, or remove and replace. Patching that together on a brand new road with treated sub base and everything we got under there, having to worry about that, I just get to the bottom of it one way or another. But yeah, patching it would be my least favorite option to go with.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
And I mean, it has been open to traffic. I mean, they've been working and hauling, loaded trucks across on that single lift for 3 weeks now, at least. And what's there looks great, but yeah, 3 weeks is 3 weeks. It's not 3 years. So, but if it was a terrible mix design, or if it was not, if it was bad asphalt, you'd see it right away, especially with the heat that we've had. So, I mean, not saying it's great and it won't fall apart, but I don't know. I do feel better just having the time on it that we have to see what it's going to do. And, yeah, but either way, it's not ideal by any means when we've designed it a certain way and it doesn't meet what we're asking for. Kind of frustrating.
Not when we're paying, $4 million, close to that.
Right. Yeah, and you put all that money into the base, and maybe that'll save us. But yeah, everything seems to be holding up fine so far. But yeah, we did some additional work up at the intersection there. That was one of the change orders we kind of added at the end there, just because we were fixing everything else, and it's just like, well, then you get to that intersection that looked like it had been patched about 5 times and didn't extend very far onto the gravel portion of Elk Creek. So that was something I kind of added at the last moment, but thought it was unnecessary.
I agree with that. We could have probably gone farther on Elk Creek.
Yeah.
House morning.
Other than that, there's a few of the patches that we're waiting for, some drain tile and stuff from a previous change order to get it dried up, but, we've worked through that now, and, yeah, the milling is like the next big step here, so.
Just a reminder, substantial completion is November 1st, so although we may target the end of August, hopefully that's where it comes in. The contractor technically has till November 1st.
Yeah, and I think in their release they thought they'd be done by the 14th of August, did I recall?
Yeah, I read that on Facebook. And I think that was everything with striping and all of it, so. But again, yeah, things happen, but I personally, I didn't want them milling until I know they're right behind it with the paver, because you reduce that existing asphalt and you're compromising it by doing that, and you just want to get that new asphalt back on there right away, so that way you don't have any other failures in the meantime.
Ironically, working during the rally benefits us, because a lot of projects we can't work during the rally.
Yep.
Yeah.
And yeah, if we have a road shut down or, delayed at all, you better be out there working. So.
Otherwise, we get phone calls.
Yes, we do.
Is there any other questions on either of these projects? Not, let's move down to the highway department schedule.
Yeah, we were looking at some of our numbers with our overtime and just where we're at with staff and things like that. We're just trying to figure out the best way to, run the department, I guess, whether it's, we have 10-hour days and certain times, maybe like winter months, it's been talked about and other counties do it. They switch to 8-hour days. And I don't know what the best situation is, or, money-wise, and then also to have the coverage throughout the county. It might be a combination of those. I mean, there's times where I think we should be working 12-hour days, but, other times you could send people home early. So I don't know. There's no perfect answer, I don't think, but we're just trying to figure out the most efficient way to do it, and yet also have people available, throughout the week and weekend to take care of, our roads and any situations that may arise, is basically what I was trying to, address here. And I don't know, I might try switching the schedule around, or like taking in people that, like, during the winter months, we have to have somebody ready to go out all the time. And if there's a big storm, obviously everybody has to go to work, but just to have somebody available, because like Van Ocker Canyon, all the roads that go up in the hills, or other parts of the county too, will get, snow, and the rest of the place doesn't, or the rest of the county doesn't. But up in Van Ocker, we're all up there all the time, almost every day, every weekend, because of ice. It'll melt. It'll be 60 down here, and it'll melt and run across the road, and we got to work. But it's one or two guys, and not necessarily the whole department. But I'm just trying to look at different ways to arrange our schedule in order to have that coverage, but yet not go over our budget, or save as much money as we can. And I don't know. I'm open to suggestions, but
so I guess I support the 8-hour shifts during the winter. And I mean, we have shorter days. We don't really work in the dark necessarily. And I do support 10-hour days during the summer, and even some of those projects where we're hauling a long ways, 12-hour days seem reasonable to me if the staff is willing to do it. I think it's a combination of all of those things, and I mean, obviously you have leverage within your role to do that, but we'll probably look at maybe something in some action from the commission on this one to kind of get that set. Because we've talked about this before, and we've tried a couple things, but I think some support from the commission would probably be helpful for you. And it makes no sense to have 4 hours at night in the winter. In the morning we have 2 hours, and they can start in the morning and blade, or they can start it later in the blade. But and there's snowstorms. I get that, right? We know that the snow happens on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Typically it seems that way.
That's the only time it snows during the winter.
Have you ever thought about, like hospitals, restaurants, bars, whatever, you run a 7-day schedule, and divide like maybe a third of your staff. I mean, there might be some people who even would like to work.
And I think the challenge, really, Doreen, is that we have, there's 23 people in the highway department.
Right now we have 28 total with weed and pest, but yes, we're usually, not always full staffed, I should say.
And not all of them are snow plowing people.
Right.
So I think that's the challenge is getting that mix in there. But yeah, people that want to come in on weekends, if it snows, obviously that's the kind of requirement. But yeah, I'm all for an 8-hour shift during the winter. It does seem to make more sense to have a blade out or a vehicle out on Fridays, because more often than not, it seems like it snows Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, it definitely does, and I know from being out at the highway shop on a Friday myself, if I'm the only one there, I mean, the phone rings, we're getting deliveries, the people are stopping by. It's just like, yeah, we could use somebody else here to kind of, take care of some of that stuff. And even just a facilities guy or a mechanic, they could work 7 days a week by me, and be fine by me. And of course, they wouldn't like that necessarily, but at the same time, we have that need in order to keep up.
As much as anything, I like the flexibility. It is mentioned, like, sometimes this time of the year, like you said, 12 hours would possibly make sense. I mean, you get to Holland, let's say up by Marcus or up by Mud Butte, and then that's pretty much 4 hours of drive time in a day. So if you're on an 8-hour schedule, you basically only get a half a day. So
yeah, you're just running your equipment. You're not really being productive.
So I do like flexibility. It sounds good. Why don't you work with your two liaisons and kind of get this figured out? But I do agree, because I believe our handbooks says everyone's supposed to be on an 8-hour schedule.
Yeah, they do, but
Might not. I think we need to be flexible, but I also think it needs to come before the commission. And so
Mhm.
if you want to work with your liaisons, and we'll get something set
Sure.
forward.
Yeah, it may say an 8-hour schedule, but, COs don't work that. Deputies don't work that.
well, and I mean,
Dispatch
frankly,
doesn't.
highway's on 10-hour shifts right
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on that? Not. Thank you for coming in today, Troy.
Yep, thank you.
Move on to the auditor.
What have you been doing?
Good morning, Dawn Christensen, Auditor. We have our report available in board docs showing our June apportioning, liens, and payments collected. Voter registrations were still high during that time period up to the voter registration deadline of July 13th. Our bank account is reconciled through May. We continue to have communications with AAA on collections and continue to receive payments from them. Our governor runoff was the biggest completed project we recently had. That went well. We had the canvass yesterday. I want to take a moment to thank all of our auditor staff and all of the election workers throughout the county because they play a big part in our elections being fair and successful. And we have received several compliments from people out in the public and people coming to our office and telling us thank you and that everybody is doing a good job. So we appreciate that, and I just wanted to pass that along.
I want to thank you, too. I mean, who would have thought your first year would have not only had a major primary, but the first runoff in history? Now you've conquered them all.
And now we get ready for the general election. We'll be ordering ballots in August. Absentee voting will start in September. So.
Yeah, and I'm just going to add, as I'm liaison at the auditor's office, and yeah, the crew did a tremendous job, as well as all county staff. I think equalization comes down and helps carry stuff out that day. Facilities obviously has a lot to get ready for that day. IT is busy, but I know Dawn and I have talked that she had a little concern. Some of the election budget will be a little bit over probably this year. I think we all know why. We had to cover 3 elections versus 2. I think we would have been spot on almost if we would have just had the 2. But as well as some of that overtime, I think we all, and I told her that we all understand why that we're having.
And all of the, if I could just add, all of the auditor wages are under the auditor budget for.
Right. So, just if you guys are looking at those budget items, I think we all know the reason for that. But that auditor's office does a good job down there. Did a great job. That most of them been there this year and pulled together the part-time help that we get for the election. I think we have already got all the election workers filled for the general election as well. Is that correct?
Most of them, yeah. And Chris and Francie spend a lot of time on that, but we also have election workers that kind of take charge of their area and call and say, everybody's coming back. So we appreciate that.
Nearly a full-time job for
Pretty-
election workers this year.
Pretty big undertaking, and also think the Wayne Wormstead and Meade 46 won. We were without a place to have an election in Sturgis, so they said no problem. We'll let you guys have a school. So it was a great task, and it's a good job done. But guess what? You only have maybe 90 days till the next one.
I'm not counting.
So, good job, but let's get going. Thank you.
And HR got what? 150, 200 people extra into the
HR does a big job on that
payroll.
too. Yeah, it's
payroll people.
a lot of departments come together for the
It's a
election.
big team effort.
Yep. Okay, let's move down to the overtime report.
Overtime report is through the 15th pay period through July 24th with a comparison of 2025.
Any questions on the overtime report?
communications is down, so that's not in here, but they're doing a great job over there, so that's a nice number.
Any other questions for the auditor? No, let's move to state's attorney.
Meade County State's Attorney.
Is there any questions on her state's attorney's reports and updates? Not, let's move down to E2 on the agenda, which is rally staff request.
So I've written you a letter, and I'm here today to ask if we could hire a part-time or a temporary rally hire. Our office has been down one attorney since March. We're working to fill the position, but I don't anticipate it will be filled by Saturday. So I am asking for a temporary hire during the 10 days of the rally. In our office, we come in at 5 a.m. and start doing charge-outs from the arrests from the night before. And all the paperwork that's associated with it, it needs to be ready for our first round of court at 9 a.m. in magistrate court. We have people in custody on non-DUIs. At 9:15, I'm up in circuit court handling the felony arrests from the night before. And then at 10:15, our second round of magistrate court or our misdemeanor cases start for people in custody for DUIs. I said in the letter it's about 30 new cases a day. So I'm requesting permission due to all this increase that we get about 1/3 of our caseload in those 10 days. I'm asking for an attorney to work with us during the rally. I anticipate they would work about 6 to 7 hours a day from August 9th to August 16th. I don't anticipate that this would put us over on our wage budget because we've been without a deputy state's attorney for so long. Like I said there, the anticipated cost would be around $1,900.
I can't think of any position that's more needed.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, is that enough time, like 6 to 7 hours, or would it be an 8-hour days, and then do you have somebody in mind?
So I think we could do 8 hours, but just because we're working, so like yesterday was the beginning of when much of our office works 19 days straight. So I do think that's enough time just because I'm not asking attorneys to stay 8 full hours because they're in court Sunday to Sunday, and then they get up Monday morning, the rally's over, but we still have court and we still have cases to go through. And the person I have in mind is Robert Havela. He's approached me. He recently retired from the Attorney General's office. He was also the Harding County State's Attorney. He has 40 years of legal experience, and he was willing to come in and work during the rally. So,
I mean, I'm fine with this, Michelle. I think obviously it's for you guys.
I think it's great you got Bob to come in.
Mr. Wyzorek, do you have anything to add as liaison of the department?
I think it makes perfect sense.
I would agree. We need action. I guess we'd probably on that. Let's just have action to approve that, just so it's clear.
I'll make a motion to approve the part-time staff attorney. I'm not going to put a number because
No, you have no idea.
do what you need on that.
all right.
The one thing I think, I don't know whether Bob just wants to come, or I actually think I'm comfortable if tell you get it replaced if you'll continue part-time, as long as it's within your budget. I see that as appropriate too. I don't know if he has anything, but he understands the system. He'll be effective. Somebody like that, I know you guys are short. I could see it. I like because you guys get a lot of overflow from the stuff you charge out in rally. A lot more cases work for months and months and months.
Correct. So I did talk to Bob if he would be interested on staying on after the rally. He said he would need to, kind of talk things over with the South Dakota retirement system. But we have discussed that, and then I have been approached by another attorney that's interested in working part-time after the rally as well. So I'll bring that up.
That's good because you've had really rotten luck.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll modify or I'll make it approve a part-time position.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you want to approve it until she fills that position. Now, if she fills that position and she still thinks she can need it, I think she should. I'd be hesitant to make it a permanent part-time position at this point until we get a better feel for it.
There'd be no way it would be filled during the rally time, though.
No, or even probably for months.
But I understand.
My motion is I'll make a motion to approve a part-time attorney position until you're filled.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion is second on the floor to approve a part-time position for the state's attorney's office until the full-time position is filled. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The motion carries.
I would recommend, I know a lot of the commissioners do not make it to Sturgis during the rally, but if you do, you should stop in and see how court is run. Very effective and efficient over there, and a lot of bodies get moved quickly.
Yeah, it's a lot of coordination between the sheriff's office, of course the jail, the clerk's office, our office, and it runs very smoothly because everyone is able to work together well during that time to move people through the system. So.
Very, very, very good. You'd be very proud. In fact, I would think there's state's attorneys that might even come just to observe how well you do it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in today, Michelle.
Thank you, guys.
Commissioner Rights-Ark, are you comfortable taking this planning item as next? I don't see here. Are we comfortable taking it?
Yeah, fine.
Okay. Let's go down to planning, which is a variance request, ordinance 10. I don't see any proponents, or even opponents here today with this, but could you describe this to us, Commissioner Weiss?
Yeah, so this was a request for variance dealing with moving a driveway closer to an intersection. To get it to the proper space under the ordinance would put it right in the middle of the drainage. To fill in the drainage for approach. At planning, there was some complaints because it's a storage facility that is next to a residential area. The residential area is in Sturgis, and then but this is outside where there's no zoning, so we told him we couldn't really dictate what he did on it. But the driveway, since there was complaints too about one of the frontage roads, not the roads that this one would drop out, that this connection would drop into, but one of Dolan Creek Drive, I think it was, there were some complaints about that. It's not well maintained, Dolan Creek Road, but my position is that's city road, so the city has to deal with it. The city plows it right now, but it sounds like it could use re-asphalting. Cities reviewed the plans and have this is immediately on the north side there, and on the east side is the city of this lot. All my boundaries correctly. Yep. So, so the approach we're talking about is the one over there on Glen Ridge Court, and you can tell the drainage, the floodplain there, right to the south of it is. It is a cul-de-sac, so there's only a couple other places that actually use that Glen Ridge Court. Did I do that right?
Yes.
You have anything to add, Ms. Fig? I'll just ask, anyone here from the public that wishes to speak to this? There was a few people at planning yesterday that spoke for and against it.
How many?
Anyone? I'll close public comment on this.
How many people spoke against it yesterday?
There was a couple people, excuse me, there's a couple people that spoke against it. The lion's share of the complaints that I've heard was on the road. Would that be accurate?
The two people who came up and talked about it, one guy complained, his big complaint was Dolan Creek Road is poorly kept and actually is claims sloughing off in one spot. And another woman who's off of Glen Ridge, she didn't really complain, but she asked a question about maintenance of that road. They've had conversations with the owner of this project who says he would agree to assist in the maintenance, and asked whether that should be in writing. I said, yeah, if you want to enforce it and make sure people follow it. No, I can't remember anybody directly complaining about the approach. There were a couple people, I think, in the audience but didn't speak that don't like the fact there's going to be storage sheds there.
Any other questions, comments on this? Did pass with unanimous vote yesterday. You had 5 people there at planning board yesterday, correct? No,
That's correct.
all 5 voted for it.
We were two people short, but the people there all voted in support of recommending to the commission.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance.
Motion and second on the floor to approve this variance request. I assume you're satisfied with the motion from the planning. It kind of like the
Yes.
feet and stuff. So
I am.
were you satisfied?
Yes.
You obviously were. So we'll just copy and paste that motion to that. We have a motion and second to approve this variance. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Buffalo Chip Pyrotechnic. Woodruff.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Woodruff. Please identify yourself.
I'm Rod Woodruff, CEO for Buffalo Chip, and this is Steve Owen. I brought him along. He's our stage manager. Knows pyro intimately. Been in the business for 40-some years. Going back to the Glenn Miller Orchestra and Elvis Presley and all things current, and most recently did pyro shows in California for who's the artist? Keith Urban on June 13th, right in the middle of a fire. And did 2 weeks ago, maybe now, North Dakota State Fair in Minot, North Dakota, which is not dissimilar geography or conditions to what we have here. But the bottom line is that what we're talking about is pyrotechnics. We're not talking about fireworks. So what I'd like to do, and I think you guys all have a letter from, and had a chance to review the letter from Chief Lenzegraf. Okay. And so I thought I'd just kind of address the points that he talked about there. And then I think the same thing with, you should also have had a letter from July 27th from the lady from Strictly FX, which is the company. They've been in business since 1996. They have 5 major offices in London, New York, Philadelphia, a couple of places like that. And they do a lot of this major festivals around the country, and they do all the stuff in Las Vegas. Not all the stuff, but I mean, they do a lot of stuff in Las Vegas as well. But getting down to the letter from Chief Lenzegraf, he wanted to make sure we had no aerial fireworks. For the record, we're not doing any fireworks. The thing about fireworks, what he's talking about is having this in a non-combustible area and having, if we were going to have fireworks, it'd be stay close to the ground. We don't do anything on the ground. All this stuff here is computer programmed stuff that they have tested out. These shows have been doing the same pyro program for all of their shows, and will continue to do those ones. And so it's just a repeat of everything. Nothing leaves the stage. Everything stays on the stage. And essentially, we're just about a building rather than an open air deal. For example, we have a roof that's steel. Our walls are steel. The back wall is all a video board, and I took some photos yesterday just to show you we don't have anything flammable around that would be a big danger. But if we did do fireworks, he said we should be in a non-combustible area. Certainly, I believe we're there. And then he wanted our fire crews to be on standby. So you probably don't know, but we kind of have our own fire department. And over the years of when somebody sees smoke, we were over there before the local fire department usually makes it. And sometimes it can put out a fire, and more often are slowing the fire down by the time the fire department gets there. Most recently, about the middle of July, on terrible with names, but it's about 1.5 miles, maybe 2 miles from the chip. Cattail Place, I think, is the name of the road. So there are 2 residences there with a tree strip in the middle, and the fire was there. We saw the smoke, went over, and basically, from my crew, they told me they were able at least to keep the fire from crossing the road into the neighboring property by the time the fire department got there and then took care of it. So we always keep an eye out for fire because of obvious reasons. And we have 5 firefighting units on staff all the time, and we'll have those are operational and ready to go anytime, all the time at the Buffalo Gym. And so those are going to be around the stage. We're not concerned about pyro because we know that's not the issue. He talks about anything that the aerial, there's no aerial. We have a approximately 33 to 35 foot high ceiling on the stage, which is all steel, nothing flammable there. And so I'd give you pictures of some of our stage things that I took pictures of yesterday. Deck of the stage is concrete. There's nothing there that's going to, or it's a clear stage. The only thing on the stage in this deal is some stuff that we're going to use to build some staging stuff. That'll be gone, or probably is gone by now, but it was there yesterday. Stacked in the northeast corner of the stage. But you can thumb through there and see what the thing is. It's all steel and concrete. Nothing else on the stage. And so whatever pyro we have is all stuff that's programmed to make noise or do a flash. It's an enhancement of the music. It's coordinated note for note with the band's stuff. And just for a contrast also, I'd show you basically there's Youngblood show. It's played around the world. We've done pyro almost every year in the 44 years that we've had shows out there so far. I mean, Steve has done it all over the world, traveled with shows and still traveling, doing the South Dakota State Fair probably have pyro, and he'll be there doing work in that. Central States Fair does that every year as well, have pyro there. Been doing the North Dakota State Fair for 30 years. We had 3 pyro shows there just in 2 weeks ago. So these are the best in the industry. They go everywhere and never have a problem because it's all pyro. It's not fireworks. There's not fire hazard here. And if there were, it's just like the hay fires and the fires in the neighborhood. We just have not had fires during the rally for, I got to say, one time, 25 years ago or so, we had some campers that brought fireworks out on the edge. It started a fire on neighbor's property, but we got it out as soon as we saw it, right? We've always had fire. We had fire trucks that we bought from fire departments when they were upgrading, but we found it better to have small units on trailers behind pickups because we can get in it right now and everybody knows how to use it. That, let me see, I did have a letter I was intending to send to Chief Linsgraf and didn't.
He's here.
Get
Yeah,
it done.
I'll have him come up in a second.
Pardon?
Chief Linsgraf is here.
Oh, okay.
If would you care to come forward, Chief Linsgraf? Do you have anything to add to that, or we did post your letter, so that's on there.
Just like in the letter, I just go off a non-combustible area.
So this
We
is
kind of talked about it on the phone.
and if
And no aerial.
yeah, so we don't have any aerial stuff at all. You know, if we did, it hit the ceiling, fall back. Problem with fireworks is you send stuff up, then it explodes, and it comes back down, and some of it's still burning, and you know that causes fires. We don't do that.
Anybody from the public wish to speak to this? Anyone from the public have any concerns or want to speak to this? Not seeing anyone from the public come forward. I'll close public testimony on these agenda items at this time. Any questions, comments from the commission?
You know, years ago when Rod first came up with one of these and it was a very dry year, I thought, oh my God. But he's got everything down pat.
Oh, thank you. We've survived.
Oh, you've done far more than survive.
Thank you.
I would like to just survive.
Any other questions, comments from the
Appreciate it, though. Thank you.
Rod, this is kind of off topic, but you did bring up that people bringing fireworks in. You know, we have gotten comments that you've got a vendor out there selling fireworks.
We had a fireworks guy there.
Can you speak to the mic, please?
Sorry.
You can pull
Yeah,
it
there was
closer.
a fireworks fella that we rented land to for the 4th of July that was open from, I think June 27th to July 5th.
So you're not having fireworks sold out there during the rally?
As right now, no, we have an application for the guy to sell fireworks, but it can only be for out-of-state people that aren't in, and it's not in the campground proper. It's out in the parking. It would be out in the parking lot on the front, but as of right now, we don't have an agreement with that.
Okay, so it'd be a vendor on your property selling fireworks to people. And I understand they have the right to take it out of state to use them, but my guess would be that crowd probably won't necessarily feel bound by that.
It's a big concern because they can only get to fireworks when they're leaving, you know. So that's part of the reason that there's, you know, we have no contract with somebody right now. So if you want me to assure you that that isn't going to happen, I'd be happy to do that.
Well,
That sounds good to me.
what Doreen said.
Mr. Woodruff, we do have an application from Joker. Let me look
That's
again.
the gentleman, yeah. His name is...
From Rapid City, who has paid for a vendor permit. So just letting you be aware that we assume that he assumes he's going to be operating at your campground.
Well, he doesn't think that we're courteous enough. He doesn't like the restrictions. So that's why we don't have a contract with him yet.
I see.
But I'll verify that with Tony, and either way, if we don't want them, we don't have to have that.
Okay.
So,
Well, I would assume that you probably wouldn't want to leave the future of your campground in the hands of somebody who bought $10 worth of fireworks and had a little too much to drink.
that's, you're more than correct.
Any other
So, it's just like firearms. We check for firearms for people coming in. We have them check them in. They aren't going to get into the campground knowingly with fireworks.
Any other questions, comments on these pyrotechnic permits?
Just another question. So, what's the best way to phrase this? Because I was thinking about a way to make a motion that restricts the pyrotechnics so they can't go outside of the stage area. Would that be sufficient as a restriction?
Certainly. They're all the pyrotechnics are on the stage.
Understood, but no projectiles are going out is what you know, and I understand what you're telling us, but what we'll get is people calling us saying you're letting them shoot off fireworks, and we want to be able to say no, they can't leave the stage area, they can't go above.
It's entirely possible. I don't know if this is pyro or not, probably not, but thinking, what is it when you shoot the little paper stuff out there? Confetti cannons, right, yeah. So, somebody shoots confetti out there at the end of the show, the pyro and all that stuff is over. But I'm not saying that, I don't know that they were planning to use, that. That'd be the only thing that leaves the stage is if...
sure, yeah, the wind would catch confetti.
With that stuff. And we have to pick it up. So, so thank you. Anything else?
I see in Chief Lenzagraff's letter, I have some concerns with this year. I trust and I know you guys take all the precautions in the world, but and I've been thinking of this through the weekend with the motion. If there's high winds that day, I mean, I understand it's not going to leave, but it's still a risk. We can't 100% guarantee that something's not going to leave.
If I may address that?
Certainly.
And I meant to, because it was in there and I got sidetracked with other stuff. But when the winds get too high, what happens is we shut it down and we pay attention to keeping damage from the equipment on the thing. So there won't be any pyro going at all if there's high winds.
So then it wouldn't be a problem if we'd put within the motion that if it's above a certain amount of wind. Is that, yes, sir?
Yes, we do have a severe weather plan, action plan. That plan is the draft. What we do affects the pyros, the sound.
So what is that? Say at 30, what do you do differently? What is it at, say, 20? So it comes at 30, it comes into effect.
For that, we monitor we have a wind gauge that we dedicated. Safe to say we have many people watching the weather all the time.
Yeah, and I certainly do. Any other questions? Mr. Creed, do you have a question?
Have you ever had an accident?
We had a situation a few years ago. Canceled the show because pyro is part of his.
Any other questions, comments?
I mean, tricky one. I probably in that crowd on, but so I know the situation out there. I know that pyro doesn't leave the stages. Okay, with his restrictions that he has on here of keeping the pyro on the stage, which is common practice. Hesitant because we can't have smoke.
Any other questions, comments, and/or action?
The only other thing was that if there was any kind of a fire, that we'd be responsible for covering the damages, which we'll do. Again, we have total confidence there's not going to be any kind of a fire.
Any other questions, comments, and/or action? We'll just be, obviously, there's 2 permits being applied for, so we'll need 2 different separate motions.
And then because these are different shows, that's why the different permits. Same location though, right? I'll make a motion to approve the pyrotechnics application for the Youngblood concert with the conditions that the pyrotechnics stay on the stage and do not, when shut off, do not leave the stage area.
Motion second on the floor to approve the pyrotechnics at the Youngblood show with limitations as set forth by Commissioner Wyzorek. Any discussion to that motion?
I would like to amend that with the provision that no fireworks vending be sold at Buffalo Chip.
I can just tell you we won't need to do that.
Well,
okay.
Because I don't know that would be something that couldn't be objected to. I'll just agree to that.
Okay, that sounds great.
We could possibly, okay.
Well, so Earl agrees. I will modify that motion to allow the permit conditioned on Buffalo Chip pursuant to its statement not selling fireworks.
Okay, it's been agreed upon, so it's not be an amendment. It's agreed upon that that's included in the motion. Did you get that done?
Yes, because I would assume if Rod saw somebody shooting a fireworks out there, even if they got them someplace else, they might get 86.
Yeah.
Careful, that gets you charged for a federal crime.
I guess I was. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any more discussion to that motion?
So my comments would be this. I know it's a high fire. I know we've got a lot of issues going. Frankly, I'm not sure I'd do this for any other campground but Rod's because, number one, he's got the space. He's developed the space to be more protective, and he's got a lot of area around him, and he's built the infrastructure around it to try to, if he has an issue.
I would agree and note that we turned down a similar application for the Jack Pine Gypsies because we did not have all those assurances.
Yeah, and there was.
I think there's a fireworks part to that, though, too.
There was other parts. The main reason that we turned that down was it was late in getting filed for the agenda, and they did not have an agreement put forth with the Fire Chief Lenzagrav. That was what the motion stated last time. So certainly, and they pulled it. They changed some things and pulled it. Just FYI, but it wasn't based on anything but that. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor though for the Youngblood Pyrotechnic.
I want to make that clarification because other people in years like this are going to come forward. They're going to have to step up their game to make sure that they can get type of.
Any other discussion to the motion we have before us? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The chair will vote no. We'll need a action on the hairball pyrotechnic.
I'll make a motion to approve the hairball thought I'd say I'd make a motion to approve the hairball, but make a motion.
No
to approve,
cats.
Yeah, hairball pyrotechnics application based on representation and agreement with the applicant that they will not sell fireworks at the site, and that requirement that all pyrotechnics stay on the stage.
Motion is second on the floor to approve the hairball pyrotechnic. I assume you're cutting and pasting the same motion that you had with Youngblood. Is that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Chair will vote no on that as well. Thank you, and I have complete faith that you take all precautions.
Thank you very much. We expect that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's move down to the treasurer's office. Thanks for coming in, Scott, as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Scott, I do have a question. And I brought this up yesterday. You may have seen there's been some questions about those incinerators with the chimneys.
Could you just hit the microphone? There's been a few. If Scott could sit back down, please, for a second.
Okay. Yeah.
And the fire department still has not changed its opinion that
The incinerators are okay because they travel through a chimney
Yeah.
to get out, unlike the burn barrels and stuff where it's right into the atmosphere right away. So with because I believe in the ordinance it says if it travels through a chimney, it's okay.
It's different. It's different than it's not an open fire, but neither is a burn barrel, to speak. So technically, our burn ban doesn't necessarily include that, but our ordinance does, because once we get to high fire danger, you can't do a burn barrel. But I believe the open fire, the incinerators, there's a provision within the ordinance if it travels through a chimney.
Yeah.
And I know several fire chiefs have called me, and because they feel it is safe to be burning stuff through the incinerators. And would you agree with that?
Yes,
I
would.
That's because we are getting some questions on that.
It's going through that chimney that's built on the top of it,
So there wouldn't be really. There's nothing that we need to add to our burn ban or anything at this time that you would.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
But I do know the surrounding areas have been having some trouble with burn barrels, with just putting a screen over top of it.
Oh.
Belfouche and Butte County has had 3-4 fires here lately with just the burn barrels. So. Burning up to people's houses because they put the barrels next to the house basically.
It's easier that way.
Yeah, it's more convenient, I guess.
Less steps, huh?
Yeah.
I see Ken showed up. Could you take a look at our burn ban in effect now and make sure? I don't think burn bans or burn barrels are included in that ban. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. So that might be something we should add if we see this, and if you could consult with Chief Lensgraf and myself or whoever else is interested.
Well, I think if burn barrels are currently allowed, we need to do an emergency rule on that and implement that immediately, if there's any way to do it, because I was just in the crib when Deadwood burnt due to a burn barrel.
Is that allowed to add that from? It's not on the agenda. Is that allowed right now? It's in fact, I'm not even sure when we added the emergency provision to the ordinance. That's to open fires, I think. Is that correct?
You can do an emergency provision. The problem is it's not on the agenda.
I know.
And with the updates that you're going to talk about later, one, you've adopted the agenda, and two, you can't change the agenda from what it's been posted. So if you want to entertain it for the next commission meeting, that would be appropriate.
Okay. So could Sheriff West, could you get maybe consult with Chief Lensgraf and get some maybe numbers on some burns that have happened from burn barrels, and you guys do a very good job on your social media pages, and get that out and say we're not recommending it, something like to that effect. In the meantime, then we'll take it up at the next meeting.
Because we don't even say anything about smoking a cigarette, I don't believe, in ours.
No, Lawrence County and Custer County and all the counties around us have made that provision.
And I think right now with what's happening that those two issues are far bigger than Rod Woodruff's pyrotechnics.
Yeah.
I'm not a fireman.
Then he's having his, I don't know if you guys watched the advertisement. They're trying to set the world record for driving through burning walls out there, and that's all open fire. So
Where's that at?
Buffalo Chip.
But that's not a requirement. That's not a permit requirement. And it is on an asphalt.
Is it on asphalt?
Okay, so if we could work on, maybe take a look at what we have in effect for a burn ban currently, and then get it
the
updated.
state called me yesterday too, just to make sure we had a burn ban in place.
Yeah. And we do. We've got 3 triggers right now, with 2 within the ordinance. One, we are in very high fire danger according to Grassland Index. Number 2, we're 14 days prior to the rally. It's 14 days prior to the rally or 7 days after.
Yeah.
So we're triggered that way. But we also passed a burn ban resolution here a month or 2 ago. So we've got 3 open fire burn bans in place.
So I told him, I
currently.
said, we've been in a burn ban since the spring.
Yeah. Well,
But we
never,
don't ban the burn barrels and we don't ban the smoking. And is there any other provision that we don't have that the Forest Service or the National that they put in that we need? Do you think?
No, I think they're in the forest. They're in a level 2 where you can't even do any welding or anything out in the open. So
okay, so if we can work on that resolution for next meeting.
I don't think we can wait till next meeting. I think we could have a call in on a special.
no, we're just at a critical time. But like yesterday, we're extreme fire danger. Today, we're at moderate. I don't know how we went from one extreme to the other. We didn't get any moisture, but it's cooler
The temperature
today.
cools down, and that grassland fire index is kind of a joke in my opinion. But
but we'll be back up into it here tomorrow. It's supposed to be 100 degrees this weekend again. Stay in the 90s next week.
okay, what would the commission entertain an idea to meet via phone or what's a good day this week?
When could we have something ready?
Ken?
Maybe.
I can have it ready tomorrow morning to post. Either late today or tomorrow morning. Be late today. What I would end up doing is going to the national restrictions and essentially cut and paste over into our burn ban resolution to replace what's present to add to the burn ban for barrels and whatever language I can pull out from the national.
That'd be beneficial, Chief.
Yes, it does help, but then the farmers and ranchers think we're picking on them because they want to be able to burn their stuff. It's just like dealing with their dumps and stuff. Ever since we've enacted the burn ban and stuff, I have people calling me, well, it rained today. Well, that rain's going to be gone tomorrow. Yeah, so it's just, we're just at a bad period of time right now. It's like we've been talking, there's no fire season anymore. It's a fire year. Unless we start to get snow and stuff. So, at our bigger fires in the earlier part of the year now. No real relief from anything right now.
So if we would pass a resolution to include burn barrels, is that something you would like us to do? I guess let's just phrase it that way.
Yeah, because there's no there's no real way to contain, because they just go straight in the atmosphere.
Sure.
With the they burn paper, it's going up in the air.
And should we put in the resolution? We'll just work with you. So meeting this week. Should we hit it on Thursday? That'd be right before the rally, or do you want to hit it Friday? That's the opening of the
Thursday.
I would say Thursday if...
You could be ready by Thursday?
Yeah.
9 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay. If you
Will
guys,
there be one person present?
I'll
It
try
makes a
to-
difference to how the meeting runs.
I can come up, so you don't have to come to town unless.
We'll see. Someone will be here.
Okay.
One or two of us will be here.
I would note that there have been a couple of tickets issued by the sheriff's office related to barrels. And while it's not against the burn ban, when the fire starts, we usually end up with a negligent starting the fire.
Well,
we're not watching it. You know, if you're not standing there and it starts the fire, you're being negligent.
You can't, and if we get to a high fire danger, you're not allowed to burn in burn barrels either. Okay, thank you. Thursday we'll.
I'm not available, so.
Okay, they'll be.
As long as you had a quorum.
Well, we have a quorum Thursday. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, we'll have to make a note that we're going to set a meeting. Okay, treasurer.
Morning, Commissioners. Kelly Bosnitz.
Robin Shrike, Meade County Treasurer. Kelly is here to address the board about some property taxes on a mobile home. I will let him give the background story on this.
It's quite a bit of history, so if you have questions as I give it, just interrupt me, that's fine. I purchased a mobile home contract for deed in 2002. In the agreement, the previous owners were to pay the first half of the taxes, and I was to take over after that. As I did from 2002 until 2013, I paid for the place, and then had a hard time getting title from the folks. The gentleman I bought her from, he passed away. They moved to Texas right after I purchased it, so didn't have a lot of contact. Got with his wife. She wasn't willing to get a death certificate to acquire the title. In my contract, it was their responsibility to do as such. I tried to reach out to the finance company, 2013, see if I could do anything there. Green Tree Financing was the lien holder through Bank of America, I believe. They were no longer in business shortly after that. So at that time, I went to the treasurer's office, the deeds office, to see if I could do something. In the past, it was easy to file for abandoned vehicle on mobile homes for kind of like the DMV stuff on vehicles, but that wasn't the case. Didn't know how to go about getting the title. I guess I thought if I didn't pay the taxes, that it could go up for lien, and I could purchase it that way. I didn't have a lot of resolution that way. I would get notices from Quinn, distress warrants, notice of sale, distress warrants, but then nothing was ever done. Nothing was ever published. I was never able to do that. And then thankfully I got with Robin after all this time, and she was able to contact the state. I sent some letters, got some affidavits. She took care of all that stuff for me. So she's been a blessing as far as things go up to this point. So my hope is that you'll consider maybe just, I understand it's my responsibility, but with no title, I haven't even done a lot of upkeep or maintenance on the place, honestly, just because I'm not going to invest in something I had no way of getting title to, until now, of course. So my hope was to maybe, if you folks would consider setting aside the penalties, waive the penalties on this. I'll sure take care of the responsibility from 2013 to current. And I guess that amount would be $3169.08, and that would leave me with the amount of $9,121.52. So
is that how much? Is that changed? That 31?
That is correct. Due to the fact that we're in a new month, of course, we have the different interest rate. So I do have those penalties would be, as of today, for August, it would be $3,179.10.
What did the taxes change to?
The taxes, Kelly's numbers has the full year of the 2025s payable this year. So to get the taxes up to date, that amount would be $8,691.96. That's just paying the first half of the 2025's payable in 2026.
So when you thinking about paying the taxes? Write a check right away, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, it's, I'll have to borrow some money to do it, but yeah, I would, within the month.
I think that's because, frankly, I'm inclined to probably let the interest go. I know these things can be a nightmare, or these title issues can be a nightmare. But I would want to put a time limit on what.
Absolutely.
Current.
Sure. That's understandable.
So, yeah, frankly, I've been locked in a couple of these things as a lawyer a couple times. Running down these lost titles is a nightmare. Mobile homes are absolutely the worst.
Yes, it's.
And it probably goes all the way back to when you did your transaction. You should have escrowed, is what I would tell you as a lawyer. But most people, when they're buying and selling mobile homes, aren't spending a bunch of money to do the legal agreements and making sure the escrow is done right. So.
Well, and also I need to add here, in order for him to get a title, I have to sign an affidavit that all the taxes have been paid in full. So that's locking it in too, that you won't get a title until I sign over that affidavit to the state.
He'll have to pay this year's then in full, won't he?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm done with my questions. I'm ready to make.
Is there any other questions before we take action?
I kind of agree with Talbot on this one. I know that whatever the state changed in the last few years is brutal to get a title on something that.
Yeah, like I say, I even have distress warrants. I told Quinn, come to take my stuff, but I don't own the place, so how's that, it's just been a mess, so.
I'm inclined.
Yeah, I respect the fact that you're willing to pay the tax and you came up here, and I think it's fair. Let me get this cleaned up. I think it's better for the county to get it up long term. It's the last thing you ever want to do is try to get rid of a mobile home somebody's left behind.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, that's why I'd like to take the money on the interest and start putting it back into the place. So,
any other questions, comments, and/or action?
I'll make a motion that county will waive the interest and penalties, including any accruing interest and penalties, as long as the totality of the taxes, including this year's, which total $9,121.50 for previous years, is paid no later than November 1.
I'll second.
Motion second on the floor to allow foregoing of paying the interest and penalties.
You have a question, Talbot? That is just on this tax bill and not.
Yeah, just this tax bill. This way he's got to have it paid by November 1. And the reason I didn't put a number that we're waiving is it doesn't get us paid till after September 1. It's going to bump again. And I give him a little time to come up.
I just didn't want it to go to the.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Kelly, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you.
This is and I appreciate you taking the burden and saying, pay taxes.
I agree, and you had plenty of documentation that
yeah, I've got all documentation, the
helpful.
contract for deed. I've got everything. So
best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah. Asking not to pay the taxes is a good way to have me say I'm not going to.
Right. No, I understand the responsibility. It just didn't make any sense to pay for something I couldn't own. So,
Commissioner,
thank you very much.
Excuse me, Commissioner Weisorick, you said paid no later than November 1, but they're due before November 1, aren't they?
Correct, the 31st of October, which is a Saturday or a weekend, so they would have to be done that first business day before that weekend.
You want to leave it as no later than November 1?
Well, we're going to have to make it October 30 then, if that's the Friday. Are you comfortable with that then? It's a good point, because all of a sudden then you'd have additional interest kick in.
Yeah.
And
I concur the 30th.
We'll have to redo the motion, obviously.
Okay, yeah, okay. So,
They'll have to show in the minutes that we redid the motion.
yeah, that's fine. You don't have to wait till the last second.
I'll try not to.
We will. Motion second on the floor, I'm hearing. We're
Change it to the 30th.
Change it to the 30th? October 30th, 2026? Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And that motion would have also had to take away the original vote. Is that correct, Ken? Yes. Okay, so we'll have to include that in that second motion as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks for coming in. Brings us down to commission. Anything in dates? This is just the I-2 is just information for us as far as providing us with changes to the open meeting laws. Do you have anything to add to that, Rhea?
I do not. I did ask for the out.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that?
That agenda, I think I've already pointed out, at least I know to some people, that new change in the agenda, we did change the agenda in planning, because we're having at the end, we always had planning kind of give a report. So we changed that agenda item that any reports or updates from planning or even planning board. So, I've seen some of these open meeting complaints where somebody from the audience brings something up and they discuss it, no action's taken.
Sure. So,
doesn't make any sense to me.
Which we added reports and updates to all that. That's we're sufficient. Then,
I think that does. I mean, it just shows that we'll have a conversation with no action.
Yeah, and that was added to every department as well as.
Yeah, it's a.
Okay. Any other questions on that? This will have to be in Board Docs for our first meeting in January. This is just an update that we're required to do. So if there's no questions, let's move on. Commission reports and updates. Any commissioner have anything to report or update?
Yeah, it's dry. Be careful. Also, be aware of what you click on either your home pages or at work. Obviously with the cyber attack stuff that's happening throughout our area and the world itself. Just be aware. Don't click on things you don't know. PDFs can hold that information, so it's just not. It's pretty much anything that you don't know. Just don't click on it or ask those questions.
I really don't have anything. I guess question for some of the. How many vendors have come in so far, Rhea? How's that looking for the rally?
We have collected just over $71,000 today. I don't have the number of vendors counted, but I would say we're on par for a very normal rally.
Was that
with the higher percentage of new vendors, I believe?
Was the one we just discussed with the fireworks? Is that the only vendor applying that's going to be selling fireworks? Oh,
yes. And FYI, he did, on their vendor application, it does list other things as well, including ice, ironically, but that vendor may still be there, but just shouldn't be allowed to sell fireworks.
So could it be appropriate then to add, since we already have we have a special meeting anyway, or to add to that agenda that the Commission's directing the Department of Equalization not to sell a vendor permit to any fireworks vendor? So, okay. So maybe we could add that, since we have a special meeting as well. We could add that to that agenda on Thursday. Any other updates from the Commission? Commissioner Wyzorek, Commissioner Creed, and I attended, Senator Thune had us down to Hotel Sturgis on last Friday. It was a nice event. We posted that on the board that there could be a possible quorum of us. That's really all I have to update.
This, I don't know how much you guys know this. We won't get into too many details. I'm still working through this with Tanya. We had some calls about some residential people in Blackhawk, A, not having permits to move dirt on their property, and B, digging in wetlands, floodplains without proper permitting. I would highly suggest, especially the floodplains, to make sure we are talking to Tanya or doing our due diligence and getting research not to be playing in them, and highly recommending that a simple phone call to find out if you need a permit.
That's a really good point, Earl. The one other I'd build on that is we've run into in planning a couple of spots where people going to do a bunch of dirt work and bring in fills, and then they come in and you cannot get, under state law, you can't get a septic permit in fill. Forever. So all of a sudden their lots then, they can't build because they can't put septic in. And so people don't, that's another issue that people are running into.
Yeah, and when I get called, I mean, my simple suggestion is to call Tanya.
Yeah.
That is your best idea, is to call her and find out if you need a permit, what type of permit, you know, because this can affect your property and to sell it in the same.
Another one is inspections. You know, the inspections are on the building permits. Got to call for inspections, and finish your house without an inspection, you don't get it.
Yeah, we've had a couple of those where people have not, where builders have finished houses and not gotten all the inspections, and their answer is, well, we're not required to do that inspection in Pennington County. And we're like, well, you have to do them in Meade and in Lawrence. So, and then you got to do the exact same inspection regime in all the cities. And probably the more frustrating ones that we've had a couple where approach permits, where people get denied their approach permits, put them in anyway. And so we're going to have to deal with that. But, I mean, these are done for a reason. Approaches are put in certain places for protection of your neighbors and protection of yourself. Same with building inspections to make sure they actually. So,
I tell you, it costs way more to take one out than it does to put one in.
I guess one other thing I want to stress, we've sent emails to all department heads. I want to stress the importance of getting their agenda items in by that Thursday deadline that we put out. I'm working on, I made this meeting live, and kind of getting through it. It's not hard, but nonetheless, Rhea did a very good job of correcting some grammatical errors from the department heads. I don't suspect I will be as kind on some of that. So when you submit something, have it ready to go and on time, because it'll be a little more difficult to reach me than it was Rhea. So, but so that with that said, we got to transition, and we'll have just for everybody, we'll have some. Chairman kind of dropped the ball. He's not very good. You can ask my wife on these things, but we'll have some coffee and stuff and cookies and stuff at our next meeting for Rhea. This is her last meeting, so.
You know,
so you're not sure you're going to have it at the next meeting when she's not here?
That's what we plan. Yeah. Again, you can ask my wife how good I am at this stuff.
You can celebrate my absence.
Yeah.
You know,
it's kind of like, you know, at the union meetings, they said they've got a party all planned for when I'm off the commission. So
yeah, and she's even invited, as I said.
No discredit to you, but I believe more than one person should be able to handle.
I 100% agree with you, Commissioner Creed. And the reason that we need one of us in charge is executive session content. So one of us needs to know how to do it. So that's therefore all department heads are putting the stuff in. Yeah. The problem is when it gets live, there's only a couple people that have the ability to change something. And so I'm just making this comment today to let department heads know that once it goes live, I will be a little harder to get a hold of than than others. Now, Tanya has the ability to get in there, as well as the auditor's office has the ability to get in there. But with that said, when we start dealing with executive content, I felt it's important for one of the commissioners to understand how to do this. So it's maybe not something I wanted to do, but with that said, it's something I felt like I probably should do. So that's the reason that.
Well, the only thing I was wondering was, since the auditor's office is really busy and Tanya is super busy, we have a new person over here who's handling our minutes.
And now she's helping up here, and Deborah, I did have a conversation. I did have a conversation with Deborah, and Deborah has told me and assured me, as most department heads, that if I need help on any of that, they are willing to help with staff. I'm not concerned, simply because the department heads do most of the agenda items. So with that said, but if it's dealing with executive session material that people cannot have eyes on, there's only us or HR or the executive director, which we will not have one after the 17th. So that's the main concern.
Well, I agree with the executive session, but I don't know if we need to have the entire auditor's office and Tanya, because I think you need to specify, like, maybe
Commissioner Creed,
2%.
There's a little bit more information and detail that Commissioner Deering did not share yet, so we can talk about that in exec. They do not have access to exec content.
Okay.
The planning director has access, obviously, because she has to set up planning meetings. I understand. Yes, exec content that was basically. Yeah, it dawned on me that there's going to have to be somebody from this group that has to deal with something. Anyway, let's move on. I just wanted to throw out an update to, as much as anything, tell department heads to have their stuff in.
One other update item, there was a water outage at one of the developments at Golden Valley. They had a failure on their pipe failed in their well, but so they had some water. They were hauling water in. They did move fairly quickly to fix it. And that same development that has a TIF, the TIF is being refinanced. That TIF refinance paperwork will be in front of us at the next meeting. Is the plan? Rhea and I haven't seen it yet, but that we've been talking with them, and it's my understanding that his next financing now arranged for his next phase, which includes the upgrade of the water system and the second backup. So that'll be, well, but we'll see the TIF refinancing paperwork next week. They have not been back in front of planning for their second phases.
Yeah, that's coming up on the next agenda.
Yes,
it's already been put on there.
Yeah, so if we get the financing paperwork before, we'll try to route them even before the agenda's out, just so people can see them. But we're putting the restrictions on that he has to separately refinance the TIF debt. We're getting an agreement for direct payment with the bank and how it's going to be managed. And then had a little bit of with the current bank as to what the actual dollar amount is, but I think Dawn's people have figured that out. They're off by a couple $100, but I think you guys are correct. So we have a good TIF. We've got a good knowledge on what's due and owing on that portion.
On the amount we actually matched to the penny.
Yeah.
Christina's been doing a good job working on that.
Yeah, she's been very helpful throughout, and so we should have a good, because this became kind of a nightmare because they had rolled a bunch of other debt. They had one big loan with that bank, so said we're not going to roll as a group anymore. It's got to be a separate debt. Try to keep
learned a lot about TIFs.
Yeah. Yeah, well, thank God we had somebody who did do a very good job, so we learned all the problems.
Any other reports or updates? Let's move down to the provisional budget.
We take a break before we get in
Who
budget?
knows if this is going to take that long?
Okay, then. We'll just,
Unless there's any questions. If there's a lot of questions, I think Don's done a really good job putting these numbers together and in there for us. I believe I've looked it over. We had quite a bit of conversation on it last meeting. I'm not opposed to any questions here. This is just the provisional. I believe we're set at about, we do have some work to do before the final budget. I think we got about $1 million shave off of this. It does not include, there's some things it doesn't include. Don did a very good job getting these numbers put together. So that's where I don't think it's going to take very long unless there is questions. If you feel that you want some time for questions, we'll take a break. If not, we don't have any questions. I would entertain a motion to pass the provisional budget as presented.
I'll make a motion to pass the provisional budget. I'd like to thank Don for the work and effort, as well as during the elections and stuff. So your office has done a fantastic.
Motion and a second on the floor to pass the provisional budget as presented. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And everything's set, Ken, Don, Rhea, for our first budget hearing, which will be on the first Tuesday in September. We have everything set. We set that meeting already. Is that correct? Or we have everything published? Or I believe so. But nonetheless, all we have to do is publish that. Is that correct, Ken? We don't necessarily have to set it from up here? Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure because...
Publishing will be in August.
Okay, just as long as we make sure that gets done. So thank you. Let's go down the consent calendar. Questions, comments, and or action on the consent calendar? Oh. You're ready for a break, so that's good.
Move to approve consent.
Motion is second on the floor to approve the consent calendar. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Brings down executive session. Have a couple items, legal, personnel, and contractual that we got to discuss. Motion to go in exec.
Motion to go into exec for legal contract.
Second.
Second.
Motion is second on the floor to go into executive session for legal, personnel, and contractual. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're now in executive session at about 10:45. other side of executive session. Let's go back to item J within the agenda.
Yeah, under item J, I'll make a motion to set the budget hearing September 1 at 10 o'clock.
I'll second.
Motion is second on the floor to set the budget hearing for September 1st, 2026 at 10 o'clock. That will be along with our regular scheduled meeting. Any discussion to that motion?
One point is that meeting is scheduled on our calendar, but it's not at it's the first Tuesday.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be a regular meeting, though.
It's a regular meeting.
Yes. Yep.
Right.
Yep. Thanks.
Pointing that out in case somebody.
Yep. Thank you. But it'll be a regular meeting. It's not the second Tuesday. It's first. But we're statutory required to have a budget hearing on the first Tuesday of September. So that's why we did it that way. So I have a motion second on the floor to set the budget hearing for September 1st. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I believe we've completed our agenda and all the business for the day. I'll declare us adjourned. Thank you.